We're running live now, but I'm going to switch on to a different Wi-Fi because unfortunately in my case, my own family is involved. So what I got to do is essentially make sure that they don't shut off the Wi-Fi in the midst of trying to attack me or highly likely murder me, falsely charge me, anything of that nature. So I'm going to share screens with you. So you can see my computer, what I'm doing. There you go. I'm going to put it as this right here. And so I'm going on here to Wi-Fi. All right. What I'm working on here now is, as you're going to see, is my appeal brief. Just kind of going through it. And here, I'm finishing up so all my legal documents, because I've been very fortunate, I walked into a blind trap of individuals planning on killing me, destroying my life. After I got out of prison, doing 10 years for a crime I didn't commit. I was gonna go to a halfway house, kind of start my life up that way. However, my mother convinced me to come stay with her and she'd help me, which she did at first, against my will. And I started putting together something like more sinister. I was like, everything didn't add up. And I realized I was getting infected a lot with these bioorganisms, parasitic bioorganisms. Come to find out, read this while I go through it too. Let me try to make it a lot bigger so you guys get a better viewing. There you go, you guys can see that better than you can see me. It's more important. So I'm kind of going over the affidavit portion. I'm not sure if we start. This is highly likely why they wanted to kill me in the first place. So instead of going through with you guys, what I'm going to do essentially here is I'm going to go and post a link to a lot of these for you. I made this. I'll explain what that's about later. I just realized before I do that, because this goes to Supreme Court, I like to make it a certain way. Kind of like, I try to respect the high courts in hopes for them not to be compromised. So they have very strict rules in the Supreme Court. As to like how your document has to be filed. There's rules are founded in the Nevada Rules of Appellate Procedures. It's called NRAP. So for those who are in similar situations as I just want you to know so you always want to save it as a PDF. I'll put it in my file, Supreme Court. Actually, you know what? Usually in this one, I put it in downloads. All this gets reorganized whenever I find time in my life to organize it, which I don't seem to be getting much time these days for some strange reason. This Electronic Torture Act is a very serious thing, and it's being done by law enforcement, neighbors. There's a lot of people involved in it, and it sucks. Even your family can be involved in it. I've seen similar accounts by people who it's known as gangstalking. You can see it online on any social media platform. Just look up gangstalking. That's generally what people believe it to be, but it's actually electronic torture. There's described in the Electronic Torture Act. Everything that's said in the Electronic Torture Act has happened to me exactly to a T. And here's the thing: it's very hard to get anybody to do anything or to believe you, so to speak, because the advancement of how advanced and sophisticated these individuals are in their criminal acts. Who's going to believe you that police and everybody, your neighbors, and everybody's going to do that, to somebody? You're very paranoid, The fact is, you're not. You're right. It's happened to me. If you think it's happened to you, it's happened to me. I figured this out because the program, the tactics and what they're doing, I linked it all up because I have a very, very high ability to statistically summon up what the probabilities of something happening is and what the bigger picture is. Instead of acting upon my emotions, I wait for my logic to kick in. And my logic kicks in a lot faster than 7 times longer, which is the general person. Their logic is going to kick in 7 times later than their emotion does, because your emotion is closer to your abdomen oblongata and your cerebrum. It comes from your abdomen oblongata and is closest to your cerebrum. Your logic comes from your frontal lobe and your subcortex, which takes 7 times longer usually to process. So a lot of people act. This thing is running kind of slow, huh? Let's try that again. So I'm now live on TikTok as well. Trying to find a good spot, maybe. So what electronic torture is now is a act and has been done by a lot of police officers worldwide, and people call it gang stalking. You find it on a lot of social media platforms. I also record on YouTube to show how it works. Now, essentially what goes on is a lot of police officers who were hired in a case called John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International. If you look it up, they got a $45 million settlement. That $45 million settlement, MGM Grand Resorts International, was used to pay police officers and a group of cybersecurity individuals to essentially torture the acts that are under the Electronic Torture Act. Every move that they did was exactly in the Electronic Torture Act, named by detail. You guys should look up the Electronic Torture Act. You should look up the John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International case. Now, if you go on scribe.com, SCRIBD.com, scribe.com will show you a lot of documents that I filed, and I'll kind of show it to you here in a second. I'm trying to pull off this filing this document with the Supreme Court, but for my appeal brief, because technically I sued them because they put me in prison for something I didn't do. I did 10 years for a crime I didn't commit, all to protect the MGM Grand Resorts International. Now I'm going to explain to you guys something else. I have to say this to bring it out so everybody hears this right now. If you've heard of the guy Chris Dorner, who worked for the LAPD department, the LAPD officer Chris Dorner was broadcasted as a killer because he said that they were targeting people. Well, that was the Electronic Torture Act. That's exactly what he was told to do by order, and he refused to do so. So I kind of like put something out there on my thing, and I don't like police after what happened to me. I'll tell you that much right now. I really don't. But however, this guy right here, that's Chris Dorner. He was the guy who sworn in to uphold the Constitution and do everything right. He sworn in to have integrity, and when he had integrity, they decided to kill him, or fire him at first, and then he went against them and started trying to pay back everybody for what they did to him and what they do to people. So I have an affidavit, this very, very long affidavit, and I should have been doing this a long time ago on TikTok because I get a lot more people on TikTok than I do on YouTube Live. Now, let me figure out how to do this for you guys. If you go on, so let me see, if you go on scribe.com, and remember, there's no police that will help you on this. You can't call law enforcement. Instead, you have to file documents in court, and the best thing that does is really just tell everybody that, hey, this is happening, and I'm making it on record. And it took me a while to actually get to actually do this because nobody really wanted to, basically, no attorneys will help you when you're a targeted person / gang stalk / Electronic Torture Act target. So essentially here I have this. So how did I find them would be a very big question that a lot of people who are being targeted would like to know. I found them by going through documentation, searching for when did MGM do a big payout and what payouts did it do. And I found, well, there's a $45 million settlement in 2023 from a lawsuit that was filed at the same time I filed my $500 million lawsuit, which wasn't for $500 million originally. What I asked for was the video to prove that, to show that I committed a crime, because generally that's what you would do. You would put the video, the police would take the video and secure it. Instead, what they said was that the video was in the possession of the casino and that the defense needs to subpoena it. Now, I used to be an adult actor model for FCF agency, French Connection Film, so that was kind of my thing. And I got involved with these individuals and Thunder Down Under. These individuals were homosexuals and weirdos who decided to get weird in the backstage. It turned into a fight. That fight resulted in me being put online as a robber. The story was strange. The pictures from the crime scene was kind of very strange. Everything of that nature. And I was like, well, they literally made this video. Thank you guys, by the way, who's liking the live. I really do appreciate it, because what I'm trying to do is not just for me, it's for a lot of people. It's for everybody, really. Because like you will see here, I got basically referred to law enforcement to torture me and ruin my life. And they even took my family, and they literally took everything from me. They took my driver's license, took my vehicles. They maliciously prosecute me in Henderson, Nevada. Right now, I got charged for resisting arrest and obstructing justice. When I was at the gas station vacuuming my car and trying to get rid of these bioorganisms that they got on me when the hospital doesn't want to treat me. There is no hospital that will treat these people. So these mass shootings that you see, I want everybody to know that these mass shootings are not because these people are pieces of shit and that's what it is. They're sometimes pieces of shit that is their fault, but some of them are actually acting because these people torture them. The cops will intentionally drive you to the point where they want you to do something so they can basically tarnish your name and tarnish you and then put you in prison for the rest of your life. So essentially here what I have, I'm going to show you guys, is a protective order that petition that's filed in the district court in Department 19. As you'll see, I'm going to make sure you guys get a good view. And forgive me, I'm not the best at this, but and essentially what I did is I found their money. Okay. I found where they got the money from. They had to have money coming from somewhere. Now, these are all the individuals in the litigation data breach in litigation. So if you want to look it up, just kind of go on Google and search MGM Grand Resorts or John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts. Search these individuals' names, or you can just easily, I've done it on, I manually had to do my investigation, which is strange, but I didn't know that you can actually go on Google and Google, you can type in John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International, and it's going to list all the people involved. Then ask and what are the relationships to certain individuals in the MGM Grand Resorts executive portion of the MGM. Now, this is the strange part, right? They are very sophisticated in their hunting down, in their destroying people's lives. However, they were so stupid enough to do a lawsuit where the main, hold on, sure. The main FBI agent, John Smallman, and forgive me if I'm pushing these button co-hosting and stuff. I don't really know what that means, but that female that appeared, I don't know who she is. I just kind of clicked it, but thank you for being on this. I really do appreciate it, and help spread the word because it's important, especially for those living in Las Vegas. Okay, because John Smallman, he's an FBI agent. He's also an NCIS agent, special agent. And essentially what happened here is I was able to find that the MGM Grand Resorts breach litigation is as associate corporate legal and government actors establishes connections among plaintiffs, attorneys, and executives, showing patterns of influence, professional overlap, and activities consistent with Electronic Torture Act violations. And they put you in systematic danger because what do you do essentially when the police are the ones coming after you? You can't fight them. You can't, and they make it where you can't flee, or they'll find a reason to charge you for fleeing. I've had them break into my cars. They spray. Oh, I want to show you guys something about spraying. They spray from underneath the vehicles. They have these mechanisms of spray. And I know it sounds crazy, and if you're skeptical, you have the right to be. But I'll show you how to find this video, how to make it show the spraying even better from underneath the vehicle by changing the contrast. You can actually see them spraying. There's a mechanism underneath their vehicle that they spray with to cause you. It's actually generally pesticide, and this pesticide will cause you to go crazy, and that's what they want. Essentially, their goal here is to make you go crazy. So right here is I have these professional military and cyber security profiles of the plaintiffs, largely consist of law enforcement personnel, military contractors, and cybersecurity experts. This is fitting the Electronic Torture Act, violators. It kind of fits the profile of these people. I've made it as a profile here, and I explained that John Smallman, He's an FBI, NCIS agent, Marine, federal investigator trained in surveillance, naval officer, and cyber operations. Now, Victor Wutzkowitz, he is a cybersecurity CEO, expert in data manipulation, intrusion detection, and digital forensics. David Zusman, finance executive, access to high-value personnel and corporate data. Now, this guy right here, now I'm going to show you how I linked them, right? All of them here are relevant to like a team that would fit the description of people who would be electronically torturing people, using high-energy weapons, cyber hacking in my computers, my phone, following everywhere I go. I wonder how the law enforcement pop up. I go to another state, I try to seek refuge and just get away from all this and live peacefully. Instead, I get my cat taken, beloved cat taken. That was my favorite. And is one of the best things that ever happened to me. And they took her from me, and I think they killed her, to be honest with you. They're just really cold people, and it kind of describes that they will hurt your pets in the Electronic Torture Act. You guys should look it up and look into the details of what's written on the Electronic Torture Act. Everybody should know about this because the media, I believe, is also involved because they don't want to broadcast this. They'll broadcast bullshit that doesn't really make no sense, but they won't broadcast something. You give them all the evidence. You're like, here, look, this is what's happening. Do something about it so that the world can be safe. Instead, they just kind of ignore you, or most of my emails to them end up turning out to not delivered. They end up delayed and then not delivered because these individuals are cybersecurity individuals and they got into my email. And I'll show that to you in a minute too. So here you're going to see another plaintiff. Her name is Tanya Owens. Excuse me, let me put this on. Tanya Owens, she's a legal professional, influence of litigation strategy, consumer protection expertise. Okay. My family, they're local they're working with monitoring and harassment and influence. So basically they're working along with them. Then I say other plaintiffs, military contractors, technical capacity to conduct electronic monitoring and coordinated attacks. These are the military contractors by their background because they have a lot of cyber. They're like Intl. Now I'm going to show you how these implications of plaintiffs' professional backgrounds combined with access to MGM executive resources position them to orchestrate prolonged electronic harassment, surveillance, and escalating physical threats. Yeah, I'd also like to point out right here the service member connection in the lawsuit. They try to say the military IDs were exposed. How many people go check into a hotel with their military ID? Can anybody tell me how many people would do that? I'm very sure nobody does that, right? I mean, you use your state ID generally to go check into a casino. But they claim that they just happen to have the main plaintiffs where military ID information was taken, and they became what is called tier one individuals who got paid the most. Well, truth be told, what they did in the lawsuit is very similar and shows a tactical move on their part. That lawsuit, you will see. Somebody's trying to say some people are on here that are working along with them. I'm telling you the truth. Okay, there's not misinformation. Look it up if you want. Go online and type it in Google. Okay, these individuals are on this because they know I'm on it, and they're trying to get me banned or kicked out of this live feed. I'm not sharing anything false. Look it up. Go to Google and type it in. Okay. Let me finish here before they find a way to get me out, because they're going to try to, because they don't want anybody to know the truth. And I see how many people I have on here right now is pissing them off. I remember I do have family who is reporting to them as well, so they know I'm doing this right now. Now I want to show you guys something. Now, this is an important link. John Smallman, Brandon Newman, and Brian Green. Their backgrounds, okay? They're all connected. Brian Green and Brandon Newman work for the, I believe that they both work for MGM. Yeah, they're MGM staff. And the lead plaintiff is FBI NCIS military officer intelligence expertise. Okay? The lead plaintiff and them have relation. Where from? I get to that later here. Now, academic and legal networks. George Washington University of Law connects MGM executives and plaintiffs' family. Owens and federal and legislative ties. Moreno, which her name is Allison, or something of that nature. Moreno, prior role as chief counsel mirrors plaintiff federal investigative experience. Okay, and then we have repeat player attorneys. These attorneys that filed a lawsuit were all involved. They know what's going on. Okay. Now, I am not going to assert or make accusations against a federal judge who was overseeing the case because I don't have definitive proof that she would be involved. But the lawyers should know a little bit more into the details of what's going on here and know that this case is very strange, because you're suing for something that never really happened. Now, the entities are connected. Security sector, Smallman, Green, and Newman. They're all federal and military cyber intelligence. Owens family and Alicia Moreno. They are both from George Washington law and DC legal influence. Okay. Zusman and Hornbuckle. Hornbuckle is the high-end individual in MGM who actually signed off the $45 million. He's the big guy. Okay. He's related with the plaintiff Zusman. They have interconnection here. SoCal plaintiffs versus Henderson PD, where we live at right now and where I dealt with these individuals in Southern California. This is known as the law enforcement retirement corridor. My family moved here around the time of my lawsuit, which is very strange. And it just happens to be the law enforcement retirement corridor. I had to do some research to find that. You can do some research to find that out too. That's the Henderson, Anthem, Highland area, Ruston, East Day, so on and so forth. Now, Berkshire and Hathaway, strange enough, got 4.1% shares. Okay, they got 4.1% shares around the same time as the MGM Grand Resorts International. And I have observed through my investigation individuals who were going to this place, so they were connected. Okay, now you see plaintiffs versus MGM executive branch, direct corporate influence and professional overlap. Cybersecurity and military, electronic torture act, profiling, escalating physical threats, contractors. So they're all cyber and military contractors, technical. So they all have some kind of connection here. See that? That's how I put it together. Okay. How often is it that the lead plaintiff in a case, when you're being harassed by police, in a lawsuit that was filed in 2019, the same year that your lawsuit was filed against them, saying it was a video or pay me $500 million, is being told to the settlement is $45 million. $11.25 million went to the attorneys for the fees. Okay, and I explain here. Escalation of threats and systematic targeting. The respondent are actively escalating and threatening efforts against petitioner beyond economic harassment. So, economic harassment, let me tell you what happened there. I had 2 jobs when I got out of prison. I was driving limos and driving buses. I was doing it for the paratransit too, trying to help people who were handicapped. Kind of just in a way feel good about myself that I'm doing something positive. They took both my jobs away, saying that I was under the influence of. I tested 849 nanograms of controlled substance. Now, here's the problem with that. I put water in the cup that day because my GPS was acting weird. Everything was weird about how everything turned on me because my job really liked me before. All of a sudden, they wanted to test me when they never. A woman drove a bus under a bridge and broke the whole bus because the bridges have a clearance level, and she did that and she didn't even get tested. But because I parked in a hole trying to park to sleep after driving all night and feeling tired because I was drugged, I didn't want to take the test, so I put water in the cup. Yeah, I turned 849 nanograms. There must have been a lab nearby my job potentially. I don't know. But they took my job, and then they did it to my friend who got the same exact nanogrammage, and very strange enough, he lost his job just because of knowing me. They decided, hey, we're gonna get this guy too. Direct connections between the plaintiffs and executives exist, with external professional networks extending into law enforcement, military contracting, and cybersecurity. Settlement timing, litigation overlap, and Berkshire Hathaway connections indicate coordinated misconduct, retaliation, and targeted. So they basically all are involved in one way or the other. Now, this community in Anthem called Earlstone Estates has a lot of people who have been watching me. Every move I make, they watch. And every time I leave, the same people leave. My neighbors across the street never have their lights on. Never. That's a surveillance house. They watch every move I make, and I can hear them at times because of by the window. And that's he's leaving, or I can hear the clicking of a camera photographing me. I also had dated for a very short time a girl who worked in Albertsons who literally told me, I know the girl across the street from you. Her dad watches you all the time, and they do not like you. Okay. That was like everything comes up to like a puzzle. It comes together, right? Also, I'd like to point out that somebody, and he was a security guard in and out on Eastern and somewhere around Eastern. He said there's a lot of cops in this side of town. I don't know why. It's kind of weird, but there's a lot of them. He's it's strange what they're doing. He's like, it's some kind of operation maybe. Well, no, they just got a bunch of retirement. This became a retirement corridor all of a sudden, basically to, to destroy me. $45 million is a lot of money. Surprisingly, here's the thing: a lot of people might be skeptical. If you're skeptical, please go look up the Electronic Torture Act. Okay, there's a law on this for a reason. It's domestic terrorism. Now, this is all for essentially, so they really got the wrong person, but at the same time, the courts are not helping, that much as of right now. Because I filed a petition for a writ of mandamus saying I want them arrested. But see, this is I filed all this on my own. You're not gonna find anybody who's gonna do this for you. No attorney will. Nobody will. You have to really start studying the law on your own. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's very easy and the law's behind everything. It's not no rocket scientists. These lawyers are a bunch of idiots, really. Just try to be a lawyer and not a liar, I say. This is like my personal thing. When you state things or you make assert facts and findings, don't make it up and just go off of an assumption or speculation, because it's not admissible, first and foremost. Secondly, it's not that hard to be an honest attorney, because if you're fighting a case legitimately or building a case legitimately, just state the truth. I mean, plus your credibility is important, even though the judges and courts these days are corrupt, as well as everybody else who's deemed a hero. And that's the saddest thing in the world, when you're called a hero, but you're really a criminal, you know. And they have these people. I'm gonna let you know another thing. These people have absolutely no mercy. They're not like people who have any morals, or they're not. They don't commiserate with you. They don't give a shit about you. They want you to die, and that's it. Like, they want to ruin you. They want to destroy you. They have hate in their eyes. If you've experienced this, then, and if you think your neighbors are watching you and all that, it's a widespread thing that's happening. But for me, I was referred. Um, Go on any social media platform, just look up gang stalking. They just mislabel what's actually happening. It's not gang stalking. It's just electronic torture, and that's why they made a law on it. Now you can go to Scribd, and I think you can type in right here. Let me see. You go on Lawyer King 042, and then you click that, I believe. Let's see if it searches it up right. This is an important time. So you're going to see some things that I filed, and you're going to see some things that are not with the file stamp, but they have been filed. I just didn't put the filed one on there. But you'll see a lot of them. Is there filed now? Here we go. Okay, so you just put Lawyer King 042 and then Scribd at CRIBD.com. And when that comes up, I'm hoping. And you can also watch on the YouTube. I have YouTube live streams. I do a lot. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, I got a complaint against Henderson. I smell something like a strange gas again. I'm gonna try to show you guys a video. There's something in the air. There is a airplane, and it says that in the Electronic Torture Act that there's aerial airplane that will be involved. Now this airplane will come and spray anytime I open the doors. The neighbors are involved next door to me, as well as across the street, and they're all around the neighborhood. I have them all listed in my. I have this right here. Let me see if I can pull this document for you guys. It's a petition for, I believe, writ of prohibition. Let me see if this is the one. These are license plates of the individuals, a lot of them. Of course, I didn't put as many of them. I have different documents with other license plates. I explain what states they're issued in. These are the addresses of these individuals that are participating. Okay. They're both inside and outside the gates of this community. And this is their petition for writ of prohibition. And I just kind of explain here that it should be for transparency and for the court needs further investigation. Just to be fair to them, even though I am 100% certain with everything that I have accumulated that each and every one of these individuals, and their license plates, by the way, of known gang stalkers slash electronic stalk torture act violators. So here, I have very important things. It's explaining what they're doing here: harassment, cyber stalking, kidnapping, false imprisonment. When a cop pulls up to you and just orders you out of the car, yelling at you for no reason, and arrests you for resisting arrest and obstructing justice. Those are what he called secondary derivative charges. There would have to be a main charge. So if you're resisting arrest, you're arresting. You're arresting somebody for some reason. Well, what reason was I arrested for? You charged me with resisting arrest and obstructing. What was I obstructing if I wasn't under arrest? If I wasn't under investigation, you know? So they claim that somebody called them and said I was erratic in the car. That is a lie. I was parked in a vacuum station in a gas station, and it was a similar situation that happened in another gas station when I was parked at the gas pump. Somebody called and said suspicion of DUI. However, they never produced the 911 calls. Now, here's what's important for you guys to understand. These are frivolous charges. They're fabricated. There is no 911 calls. There is video on body cams and dash cams in which show that I didn't commit no crime, that they were literally lying and fabricating to harass and maliciously prosecute. Malicious prosecution is a crime. If you look up under Nevada law and any law, under crimes against public justice in our state, a statute covered in Chapter 199, particularly in this matter, will be 199.310. Maliciously prosecution under NRS 199.310 is a crime. You don't do that. You can't charge somebody for something they didn't do or make up charges on them. The unfortunate part is the court is actually involved as well, because they know secondary derivative charges when they see one. They're not going to let you be prosecuted for resisting arrest, obstructing justice. You're going to say, hey, where's the primary charges to this? Like, what did he get charged for? What was the investigation that we were doing? No, it's just corruption all the way around, because the court is like, hey, you know what? Fuck this guy. We're getting paid for this, and we're going to screw him over any way we can. And that's exactly what they do. Now, once again, I would like you guys to really look up John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International. Go on Google AI and ask about their relations and all that, because I was able to find it, and then I put it in there, and it was able to verify it. I couldn't find it, get that information verified. See, I go on these AIs, I can get like case citations faster. I don't have to search for them. I can get case citations brought up in a very, very fast manner with every authority. See, there's different type of legal authorities. There's primary authority. Well, firstly, there's binding authority. That's the best of the best. This means it binds the court, has to do something. Secondly, it states that there's primary authorities. Then there's secondary authorities. These authorities are basically stronger points, like of authority that you present that says, hey, this case law happened, this and this and that. Then you have what's called persuasive authority. Persuasive authority is like, well, you know, this court did this, so maybe you should do this too. And the judge kind of has a decision to make based on his belief on what's right and what's wrong. If they're impartial, you're lucky. If they are partial, then you're screwed. You have to go to appellate process, and maybe you get to make a new case law, you know. In this world that we live in today, the corruption is so deep in the court, it's ridiculous. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind, in the very beginning, I stated that there was a belief that I was able to link this to potentially some of the mass shootings and stuff of that nature. There was a shooting that happened where these individuals shot, I believe, like an activist or somebody who was very important, or like a public influencer. And Donald Trump went onto the news and he stated on the news, um, that, hey, this act is an act of terrorism by the domestic terrorists of this country who are democratic domestic terrorists. Okay? When he said that, it rang a bell to me. I connected it. So Donald Trump, our president, actually knows about this, and he feels some type of way about it. But it's so widely spread that he's not even getting too far involved in it. I hope he does. I actually put out like a message to him. He's been pretty good at taking care of things. If you send out like a message to him that reflects what you need done. Like for instance, there was this thing all over TikTok about you don't have to drive, you don't need driver's license to drive is coming out and all that. Well, technically, the truth is you don't need a driver's license to drive. You don't need driver's license, registration, or proof of insurance. Now, before you decide to flag me on that one, I can give you the case law and show it to you, but it's also um, available on my scribe.com. I have a document called um, Operator Exemption to Documents. Um, it's under your fundamental right to travel. Go on YouTube and look up "don't need a driver's license to drive," and you'll see a bunch of different things. One particularly with an old man who had his car taken. He was thrown in jail, and he got $250,000 and a new Porsche 911 after they towed his car. Because even if you don't have a driver's license, and it was the law, because the driver's license scheme is a state law first and foremost, and it kind of goes against the Constitution. So it's what you call a non-enforceable law. So even if your driver's license is revoked or suspended, there is actually case law. You have to search deep for it, but you'll find it. I do know this particular one. I gotta remember the names on it, but it was a guy who had a revoked license and was driving. He filed the documents, went through the court process, and they ruled in his favor, stating that you can't take away a right. It's not a privilege like they say it is. It's a right. The reason why driver's licensing was mandated was for commercial use only. If you look up like on if you're on like Google or Google or on like Amazon, search uh, uh, how do you say it? What do you say? They'd be like there's license plates. I'll pull it up for you right now. They sell these license plates on Amazon that you can find that it says you don't need basically that you don't need a driver's license to drive. They call it, they've mistaken it as sovereign citizenship, but it's not. Now you're gonna find like if you decide to go type it on AI or something, it's not gonna tell you about like they're gonna tell you state law says you have to have a license. However, you gotta dig deep. If you dig deep enough, you're gonna find that you don't need a driver's license to drive. It's actually under your fundamental right. They try to block it off because this is their money that they're making. Registration was made for taxation of commercial vehicles. And I'm going to show you real quick these license plates that people are using. You go on Amazon, you type in I'm trying to kind of search it before I give it to you guys. So I'm typing in no registration needed license plate, see if that works. First, I think it's right to travel license plate that I should have typed in, but I'm going to do it first this way. I'm going to switch off. I'm going to put another white. No, it's not the one right. I think you write right to travel. Right to travel. License plate. Let me see. No, there's another one to do it. License plates. I think if you put maybe Sylvan, Sylvan. People call it Sylvan citizenship, but it's not really. It's just actually your constitution, which is strange. I think they want to just refer it. Sylvan citizenship does exist. People say it doesn't, but it does. It's not recognized in the courts. So, as states can become sovereign, people can become sovereign. It's called the Strawman thing, Strawman Act. But I wouldn't try to use it in court because it's not recognized. Oh yeah. So what I put is no registration needed license plate right here, right? And then you go down here, and that's what I should put is private operator license plate. So this is basically what people are using. See that? For non-commercial use, private mode of travel, no driver's license or insurance required, private, and this is basically based on that constitution. That's why they sell these plates. People actually use them who know it, but it's best you have a documentation. This traveler one right here is as well one of them. See, it says right to travel, private operator, exempt, and then it has the UCC 9109 subsection 1 and the UCC 1308 exemption, traveler right travel plate. This is essentially how you can operate a vehicle. Legally, and people just don't know that because I'm going to get you the case law on it right now so you guys can see that as well. I have it on my Scribe. I'm going through my documents that I filed on Scribe quite a bit, so it's going to take a second here. And then again, I don't know if I have it on this particular account or if I have it on another account. Let's see if I can. I have a lot of windows open, so it's kind of slow. You know what? I have it in my documents. It's going to be under drafts. Yep, there it is. There's a document that I created. I have a blank one online. You actually see this is blank. There's a blank one online that's there. It basically says your private, non-operational, official status and legal effect. And claims that decree, blah, 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 purpose and scope. Is established a firm absolute legal right to operate privately owned vehicle for personal non-commercial purposes without requirement of state driver's license, registration, or proof of insurance. Consolidate and declare the constitutional, statutory, judicial foundations disexempt, protect, and preserve the operator's right to perpetuate and to challenge or interference, serve as a binding notice to all law enforcement and government actors. So this is just like a bonus for you guys being on here. I'm sharing this with you guys. So I have a table of contents, and you go in, and it says private operation, blah blah. You're not for any hire or profit commercial enterprise. Operators exercising control of authority of private vehicle, non-commercial vehicle, any vehicle owned and operated exclusively for private personal purpose. Law enforcement stop, detainment, impoundment, citation, or arrest. Any government or law enforcement officer is what I go down here and I state the articles of the Constitution in which cover this, as well as these case laws right here. Hendrick versus Maryland, 1915. Ritz versus Neely, 1941. Okay. Miller versus Breed, distinction between private and commercial use. Crandall versus Nevada, Edwards versus California, and Shapiro versus Thompson, which is a big one, and Sands versus Roe, which is a big one as well. Affirmation to right to travel. Arizona versus Gant is for your search, that you have the right to be secure in your vehicle, and anything in your vehicle, limitation on search, seizure, and document demands. Here's what it covers in Gant versus Arizona. As a big case that you should know if they ever illegally search your car without your permission for any reason, and if you're parked legally and not obstructing and impeding traffic, they should never tow your car, regardless if it was a law and it was actually enforceable, even though it is a law, but it's not an enforceable law. Constitutional prohibition and excess fines or forfeiture. Hendrick v. Maryland is about licensing intended for commercial public safety. Bridge v. Mealy, 1941, regulatory schemes apply to commercial activities. These says that this is not to be enforceable. Okay, the state laws are not enforceable. I've actually won in court on that basis. Had judges rule in my favor and make a deal with me at one point to essentially just give as time served and throw it out if I just plead guilty to it for the personal case, and he'll drop the speeding down. And he was a fair judge. This is a good judge. He smiled at me too when I actually produced this document, and he was like smiling at me like my motion. And I can show you that motion here shortly. He smiled at me, and he was a fair judge. He's a judge who belongs in a courtroom because he's not ruling impartially. He didn't even let the DA talk. He literally, it was him and I making dealings, because he knows that, hey, this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about, and this is the real law. And not many people know it because we fuck everybody off usually. But this guy knows it's a scheme, and it's not enforceable. And I'm going to work with him. So I do commemorate that judge for being a judge. This is one of the few judges that I've ever met that's a fair judge. Most of them are horrible judges, and they're as biased and partial as possibly can be. Now, here's an important thing. If you decide to make a document of your own, is to have prohibition of enforcement action. Okay. Under that, you want to have what is called implied use, custody and loss of use. Okay. What this means is that if they take your vehicle, okay, for any reason, that basically they take your vehicle and it comes out to be an unlawful taking of your vehicle because either you, whatever reason, and if you prove in court that you're right because of these case laws, that you don't have to have these documents, that impoundment absent lawful judicial order, so if they impound it without a judge's order, will result in immediate and enforceable liability for loss of use, medical harm, economic or non-economic damages in the amount of whatever you want per day. Because essentially they're renting the car from you by unlawfully taking it. Now keep in mind, and I want everybody to know this is a secret that people don't know. Very few know. But if you're on YouTube, there's a lot of people know it. It's amazing. I was actually very, very happy about that a lot of people actually know that. You do have a video in there of a girl who presents herself wrong and says, I don't need a license to drive, and this idiot cop rips her out of the car and all that. She has a big lawsuit, but she doesn't know that. Highly likely, or she might, because somebody's telling her that, so somebody must know what they're talking about. She's going off of that. I think she does actually win a lawsuit afterwards. Don't quote me on that. That's recollection in my head, but I might be wrong about that. Anyways, if you have any medical issues, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, you have that. This document is on there, so please feel free to go look at that document on Scribe. just I think it's a government fundamental right document, or something of that nature. I'll try to find out exactly what it is for you. If you want to know exactly what it is, just let me know. Um, Email me at lawyerking042@gmail.com, and I'll send you a blank copy of this document so you can have it for yourself. You want to have the decree of this document to be official and binding. Operators exempt from all requirements for driver's license registration and proof of insurance for private, non-commercial vehicle operation. Medical needs mandates uninterrupted access to vehicle. That's something that might be applicable to some people. Any interference triggers substantial immediate liability. All actions are taken under the authority of the United States Constitution and Supreme Court President. Okay, and it goes on where signature and execution, and you say that all rights are reserved. That remains full force, and you put your name, date of birth, height, eye color, and declaration status. Declared status of private non-commercial operation, basically making it illegal. It says here that it's under the authority of protection of the Constitution, binding upon all government agents and entities, federal and state, without exemptions. All assertions here made a matter of right secured by the highest law of the land and relevant judicial president. Okay. Anyways, this is a decree that basically affirm all this and also give binding notice to the courts that you're going to get them. They're under implied consent, that basically they consent to your request for how much money you want per day that the vehicle is taken by taking your vehicle unlawfully, without judicial order. Because they have to have a judicial order to take your vehicle. Unless if it's impeding traffic, that's a different story. That's if you park and you're not impeding traffic. So you want to make sure you have all that. I'm going to go back one more time to the case law and go over that one last time for you guys who are interested. It's Hendrick versus Maryland. And I have the ones for the registration proof of insurance as well. These are called authorities. These are binding authorities, by the way. They're binding. These means that you have to. They have to follow these authorities. Ridge versus Mealy. Regulatory schemes apply to commercial activities. Distinction between private and commercial uses in Miller versus Reed. So you want to look up Hendrick versus Maryland, okay, first and foremost. Then you want to look up Crandall versus Nevada, 1867 was one of the first times that they. Edwards versus California, 1941. Shapiro versus Thompson in 1969. And Sanders vs. Roe in 1999. Now, I want you to see how old these cases are. 1867, 1941, 1969, and 1999. They've known this for a long time. They've been just doing their scheme because they've been getting away with it. And nobody really fights it because nobody really knows. They're convinced when a judge tells them, hey, that you're wrong. State law requires you to have a license. No, you're wrong, Your Honor, and we can prove that. But people don't know how to really assert it. There is a video some guy put on YouTube that says basically how to do that. But Arizona versus Gant limits on search, seizure, and document demands. Okay, so that's also Delaware versus Prowse, 1979, and Gant versus Arizona was 2009. Arizona versus Gant, and then there's also a Gant versus Arizona one. Okay. So this is just like a bonus for everybody for watching this. I just want everybody to know that. I'll email this document to you if you want it. Just hit me up on my email address, lawyerking042@gmail.com. And okay, sorry about that. They wanted me to verify something, said it might not be real or something. So that's the document. And let's go back to this Electronic Torture Act stuff. Now, I want you guys to go to John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International. It's very important that you do this to see that I'm not making this up, and look up the plaintiffs in there and their professional backgrounds, um, and find out if you think that they fit the perfect group of individuals after reading the document called Electronic Torture Act. Everything I said is described in there: the taking of animals, torture of animals, the airplane surveillance, the police. I mean, everywhere I went, there was a helicopter flying, and it'll fly directly overhead me. Be at a gas station, a cop will pull in, or not just one, sometimes a whole army of them, like just fill up every gas pump. Um, Without recording, you're screwed. So it's important to live stream. I didn't get to know or get to do live streaming until now, because it's a growing concern based on what's going on, what these individuals are doing to try to destroy me is ridiculous. When I go to Monrovia, California, and Monrovia Sheriff Department take me to their police station, beat me up for 3 days, and then put me into LA County Jail, um, for a warrant that was non-extraditable, meaning they didn't want me. They told them, "Look, we don't want him. Just whatever." Instead of doing that, they took me to jail. I was held there for 5 days. I didn't get any type of uh, hearing with the judge. I didn't get to see a judge. Um, Instead, I was kept in a cell with no clothing. I believe it was a suicide unit, and they jumped on my back twice and tried to shove something in my ear, randomly. I didn't get to see a court, make a phone call. I couldn't touch a phone. I stayed there for 5 days, and they just tortured me for 5 days. No court date. If you think I'm lying, look it up. You'll see it's true. Um, I went to Monrovia again searching for my cat because she mysteriously disappeared when a police vehicle was next to my car. And it was a Alhambra Police Department vehicle. But I didn't pick up on the cop doing that to me until later on. Um, what happened was I did my investigation and found my cat in the San Bernardino animal shelter because they got it as far away from me as possible. And I think also they intended for her to get hurt because it was a kill shelter. These people are evil, mark my words. And I explained to you what they did to my cat. Monrovia PD kicked me out of their county, told me not to come back again. Okay. The cop used a code. He said if he hasn't found his cat yet, then she's blah 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 code. And I said, what does that mean? It was one of the police statute, their um, codes and police radio codes they generally transmit. I don't know which one it was, but I was wrecked because of my cat. She was my best friend and my only friend during a really horrible time in my life. Then I searched every animal shelter there was. Um, and in the Southern California, including Long Beach, I was nowhere near there. I was in Pasadena, Alhambra, um, Monrovia, and Monrovia PD literally told me to leave the county or go find a reason to tow my car, even though I didn't need a license or registration proof or insurance to drive. And they concurred on that because they all know the law. They just don't care about it. They want to keep the scheme going. Um, and I wouldn't have used that law until they took my license from me for a faulty DUI, in which I did not commit no crime, but they hit me with a bullshit DUI for no reason. Um, my cat ended up, I searched all of Southern California, but I was focused on San Bernardino because it had the same patterns as my cat. She was a tuxedo cat, and I just wanted to make sure I searched every outlet before I went to San Bernardino because it was out of the way. It's closer to Vegas. So why would I have my cab close to Vegas? Well, they were luring me back to Vegas. And I'll explain to you how. Um, After getting my vehicle back from Alhambra, who have charged me for burglary um, for no reason for my property inside my car, I had a receipt for all of it. They still withhold to this day my equipment used for programming ECUs, which was while I was in Southern California trying to start a business after I lost my jobs to make a legitimate legal livelihood. And they've been campaigning against my livelihood, and they were watching me, viewing me. I was watching them, watching me, pulling in businesses to allow me to work on their cars. And I was doing a great job for them at first, free of charge, because I was trying to prove to them and give them a reason to spread my name around, so that I'd build a reputation real quick on what I could do with this top-notch programming equipment that I had. And they saw that, and they took my equipment from me. Um, After knowing it was mine, and they released the vehicle after knowing that I didn't have to have a driver's license to drive and registration for insurance, but they kept my equipment because they didn't want me to make money. Because without money, I can't do anything. I'm gonna be stuck in one place. So that was the first step. Then I go to San Bernardino to go get my cat after Alhambra took false charge. Maybe they released me real quick on a ticket, which you can find online. And then I got to San Bernardino, California. San Bernardino, California, um, to animal shelter, who sent me to every other animal shelter in their area, stating that there was no black and white cat there, that they only housed dogs. Now, I have that recorded and stored in an encrypted app on my iPhone. Um, I'm going to pull that up to show what she says, because she denies that she won't let me see the cat. When you say a cat could possibly be yours, they let you see it. She gave me three excuses. This is where it stood out to me. The first excuse, she said, a couple couldn't have the cat unless they turned it into her animal shelter. And I was like, I'm very sure that was my cat I'd like to see anyways, just to make sure I exhausted everything, because that's my beloved cat. Like, I really love the cat very much. And I want to see the cat. And they said, no, that's not your cat. I said, okay, so you're sure it's not my cat because of what you just said? And she said, yeah, I'm sure. It was, the cat was confiscated from a dying old lady. How could it be yours? I was like, wait a minute. In my head, I'm like, she said it was from a couple. Before I confronted her, I tried to be nice about it. Didn't want to take it down that road, right? So I told her, excuse me, ma'am. Just let me look at the cat for the crisis of food. Just to make me feel comfortable that I exhausted every venue, because I really care about the cat, and I want to feel like if I go home, I didn't just leave her hanging or give up on her. So I wanted to just verify that it's not her, and I'll be on my way. I just want to see her. And every other animal shelter let me look at the cats. This one would not let me. She was adamant after sending me to all the other animal shelters and lying to me that there was a cat there, finally confirming there was a cat there through somebody else, and then she comes out and they won't let me see the cat. I asked for a picture and I'll ask you a picture, and she's like, oh yeah, okay, but you're not gonna see her. And I said, why? Like, why am I not gonna see her? Even if you say you know something, you know for a fact she's on mine. I just want to see. And she goes, no, because I'm telling you right now that it's not your cat. It was confiscated from a jailed man. Now, two things stood out to me: the inconsistencies, and as well as the use of the word confiscated. That's a very strong word, confiscated. How often is a cat confiscated from a dying old lady and then a jailed man? And it's the same cat who was also surrendered by a a couple. Okay, they just couldn't have her no more. She gave me three different excuses recorded, and then she got on the phone after I confronted her. I said, "Excuse me, ma'am, you just told me three different excuses why this cat is not mine. Okay, and that makes me really believe that's my cat now, and I would like to see the cat." Okay. I said, definitively, you said this is a surrender. by a couple. Then you told me that the, the cat was confiscated from an old lady who was dead. And then you told me by a jailed man. Now, this is just highly unlikely, considering the fact and considering the timing and everything. This probability, by statistical probability of that happening, is slim to none. And that animal shelter, and everybody know, highly likely killed my cat. Okay. Euthanize it because it's a kill shelter. If you read the Electronic Torture Act, they harm your animals. That's what they did to my best friend, uh, the only person I trusted, the only thing that brought light in a dark place for me. They took her from me, and I failed her, so they caused me a lot of. That's what they want, you know, and it kind of breaks me deep inside that they did that, and that people exist that are that evil, and they work for the government. We entrust them in this position and inherit authoritative power through them. And instead of using that power to help us, you smell that shit in the air again, by the way. They do spray a lot. I'm going to show you a video of that here momentarily. They do my cat for me. And that just kills me. I just keep bringing to my head, like, why the innocent cat had to go through what it went through. She didn't deserve that, and I'd rather them have done it to me directly and then let her be okay, and I feel bad. Well, I want to point out something here. And it's important that you hear me out on this one. This is very big. If you look up a 10-year-old who died in Henderson, Nevada, from the gray water, there was a girl. She was 10 years old. She died from a parasitic infection from what is called a brain-eating amoeba. Strange enough, I was infected, and not through the system of water, gray water. I was infected by people who intentionally exposed it to me, working for the Henderson Police Department and those in my family. I was complaining about this brain-eating amoeba. Everything that I was experiencing matched symptoms, and usually you die from it, but I fought hard to figure out a cure and finally got to Arizona, which is now compromised, but wasn't compromised because it was the first time there, and I got chased by police. Two of them who were working in this unit of these evil people who tried to run me off the road in private cars, and one police officer in a golden vehicle. That golden vehicle was found to be a cop because I saw in the visor the lights and I recorded it with my phone. And he pulls out a gun and points it at me because I'm making a statement. They're trying to kill me because I'm trying to run off to get a cure for that parasitic infection. I get to Arizona, and I was just running from those cops with the guns and what they did. And I showed the police there when they ended up getting me the video. And they dismissed the charges for evading and all that. But I was running for my life because these guys were trying to kill me. Cops were trying to kill me, and they followed me in Arizona. And they did it again. They followed me to Utah, Arizona. I'm telling you, some toxic gas coming through the air right now. And it's probably coming from my next door neighbor who is directly involved. His name is Lou. 2705 from Clayton Drive. I'm sorry if I didn't answer any of you guys' messages. I appreciate all the likes, by the way. You guys are really cool. I should have been doing this on TikTok the whole time. I didn't really know I could go live on TikTok, so this is cool. I mean, I appreciate everybody who's listening and taking their time. I know some of this can get boring and all that. But this is really a serious thing, and it affects everybody. It really does, because you never know when you're going to be targeted, or somebody you love is going to be targeted. Um, it's a dirty game to show that it's not like based on me being a piece of shit or something of that nature. It's based on a referral and payment by a casino who wanted to silence me, to not tell you anybody the truth about what happened that night. And I wasn't going to. I wanted to stay quiet. But because I filed the lawsuit and it says that they concealed video evidence and everything I did in trial, they were adamant about having me silenced permanently so it never comes up again. Well, now it came up again. So on every website, they're still trying. They're still gassing me. They're still following me and harassing me. I'm going to try to show you this video. I feel a little dizzy right now. That's generally from pesticide. So what they do is they spread this pesticide. And I'm trying to see here real quick. Make sure everybody is still on here, because I can't tell if they are hacking in or not. Okay, I have Leonardo. So I'm going to pull up this video I'm telling you about. Oh. And remember, you can also go on Scribe, or you can go on Google and just type in Yousef KADMIRI, Yousef KADMIRI, versus MGM Grand Resorts International, or John Smallman. And you'll see a lot of this documentation on there too. Let me show you the spraying that they're doing is very, very presentable when I let me show you here. Here's all the emails that I've sent. Let's see. It's important that, you know what, these videos were wiped off my Gmail. However, I do have a copy of it. So it was wiped off my Gmail, so if I go to iCloud and I click on these videos, it's coming like this, right? But I got a copy of it right here. And that's kind of like what you gotta really do, is be careful with your emails, because that's where they get in your emails. They will literally block you in every way. They have RF interceptors getting your phone. Here's a video. And we're riding with my mom and her friend, right? Yeah. Look at this. Look at the contrast of it. This video is going to be harder to see. This video is going to you see like a fog coming up to the window. Yeah, they're moving fast too. the vehicle ahead of them too. Yeah. They put their cars on recycling the air and air conditioning, but they spray at you. That way, it gets into your air conditioning. This is another one. Right with my mom and her friend. On top of the destructive heat is really this is the torture. You see they're blowing. You see in the area. Yep. Try to look closer too. No, it's not a foggy day. Look at the undercarriage of vehicles. The truck. There's one. There's this truck right here. Real deal. And I have, I don't know if you were able to see that. I hope you guys were able to see that.
In the end, she said she
it's not easy to see, but I put the contrast change and the hues change, and I don't know how to check if you guys are writing anything or not, but it's very apparent that's what they do. This is what they utilize, and it's supposed to go undetected. They just do this to you over and over. Now, what that is generally highly likely pesticide to create a injury to your mind and cause you to act not so normal or be diminished capacities. Exactly what they're trying to do to you. Now, I'm going to show you guys this lawsuit that I filed, and really it was a very unfair case. It was the very first lawsuit I had. I didn't have the connections that I needed to the lawsuit, where they got the money from and all that. In this lawsuit, I had just the skeleton of what they're doing and who is involved. And they know what I'm talking about. It's just, this is at first I thought it was just like for me. This is a well-implemented program that's been in for a while. They've been doing this for quite some time. They've destroyed many people's lives and left them tarnished as these criminals who are mass shooter pieces of shit. I can smell that stuff they're spraying in the air right now. It's clear as day. It's highly likely coming from the neighbor's house. who's 100% involved. You hear him in the backyard, dogs are always barking. Now you see here, I bring up in this lawsuit, you can find it online. See, it was filed, it's called 225 CV01514 APG DJA. And what you can do is you can actually go on online and type in this name, Yousef KADMIRI, plaintiff. This is MGM Grand Resorts International. If you click on court listener will pop up the document. You can click on the PDF file on court listener and see this exact document that's filed in the federal court. Okay, what I have here is I have the defendants, the police departments at the time that were involved, Metropolitan Mechanical, okay, City of Henderson, Earlstone Community, Anthem Henderson, City of Alhambra, City of Monrovia, all the people who were involved, all these hospitals that would not treat me and violated the medical references that say treat and not dismiss when you ask for parasitic situations. Instead, it turns into a misdiagnosis, psychological misdiagnosis, because they're trying to build a psychological background on me and make me a mentally ill criminal, essentially, is what they're trying to do. Now, and this thing they're spraying in here is very, very potent. It's fucking up my nose. It's fucking up my head right now. Vehicular seizures in lost property. I talk about coordinated, systematic, and improbable stops. How I got stopped in 3 different counties within a short period of time for license plate and tint window issues, which is it is a law, but at the same time, it's just not something that you would normally pull somebody over for, and it was just too often. I talk about the medical negligence and indifference, how they violated to do any toxicology, to do parasitical studies, which is done usually through your fecal matter, and it mandates that patients with these situations be stabilized, and they violated the medical and ethics and legal obligations. I'd say they did misdiagnosis and premature discharge, should say psychiatric issues or whatever, so on and so forth. I have right in here where it says the medical ethical guidelines state that you actually have to treat or test. I haven't got tested at any hospital when I ended up with these infections. Okay. And when I did in Arizona, it was a positive, and they gave me albendazole for it. Okay, so here. And you know what? The doctors wouldn't have probably gave it to me if it wasn't for there were students from the medical university. They weaponized federal and state court filings. The judge in my case, Thunder Down Under, Joey KADMIRI versus Thunder Down Under case, if you see that they said I was a robber, the judge who took all the evidence and got rid of everything and said that decoy cameras were used and everything was in my favor, exculpatory evidence that showed the truth, they got rid of it. I ended up with the chief of judges sentencing me. The trial judge became a Supreme Court justice, retired very shortly after, very strangely. Eric Johnson was my judge, but the chief of judges, David Barker, sentenced me to the maximum sentence that I could get in the plea deal that I took after I couldn't get to a speedy trial the second time. Kenneth Corey ripped me off on my lawsuit, $500 million. He became chief of judges shortly after. The prosecutors became chief prosecutors, chief district attorneys. Deliberate system of campaigning against my economic campaigns, sabotage. I'm going to step out of the room right now because of what they're doing. I need to finish here for a minute. I might get this recorded on YouTube and return this towards the door. And then grab another quote disinfectant. Clear of damage. She actually looks like my cat a little bit. Yeah, well, she's acts like her too. Sorry, it's not good stuff in the room, so we dropped over there. It's over. She had no idea to begin with. It's working, you know. Now, let me show you guys something. The computer kind of hard to see it. This is basically a written prohibition. And it tells them, you know, interstate coordination with departments involved, torture, child torture, and technological harassment. If you listen, you can hear that airplane up there. It's on the way. It's an airplane with blue foils. It's a Cessna. And it flies in and out of the Henderson Executive Airport. I've also seen it as far as in Southern California. This plane will have records because you have to enter what is called a flight plan. When you fly, every time you usually leave the airport, you submit a flight plan to the FAA. This allows them to know, you know, basically air traffic controllers know what's going on. I believe, if I recall correctly, you have the altitude in there, the route, the heading, you know, so on and so forth. So this airplane's flight schedule will be in there, and it will show that it flew over this house a number of times per day sometimes, as well throughout the week. The flight is just to focus on this house, as well as on me. Strange enough, it flew over the prison in Jean, where I went to have to be concealed for a while because I have interconnections with certain individuals because I did 10 years in there. Not in Jean, but in prison, where I know the officers pretty well, and it's a restricted property. these law enforcement guys refuse to go up there. Sometimes they've recently gone up there, though. Kind of ruined that for me. So, anyways, I talk about how timely testing they ruined my drug test. Talk about everything. It's really well written, and like I told you, you can go online on Yousef KADMIRI'S versus MGM Grand Resorts International, court listener, and you'll see PDF files in there. Just click on the PDF file on the First Amendment complaint. What happened is a recommendation. You'll read it. It's not like it's like I'm out of my mind or something. It's very well written. It's a lot of pages long, and it went through screening, and in the screening process, the magistrate said to recommends it being dismissed under delusional or fantastical, which required me to file an objection. By the time I received the belated document that came in too late, I filed an objection. I believe it reflects the objection online, but they said because I did not file an objection, they didn't do a de novo review of it. Okay. But that's the heading right here. Yousef KADMIRI versus MGM Grand Resorts International. That's how you spell my name. And the main defendant's name. Orchestration by them, the architect. This is before I even found out about the lawsuit, John Smallman versus MGM Grand Resorts International. I just knew it was MGM Grand Resorts International because I was like, why are they trying to? Why do they have what's called communist intent? It's CALMNIOUS in spelling intent. They wanted to make me out to be mentally ill and to have law enforcement have these false arrests, like this burglary charge that they have in Alhambra. It's online. And then the San Bernardino incident where she gets on the phone, the animal shelter manager who kept my cat for me and gave me 3 different excuses after I confronted her. She gets on the phone, and I shit you not, I promise you this. She says, and I have it recorded, by the way, in a encrypted file. Just saving it for when I actually in the court. She says this: he's here. Come get him now. That's how she called 911. It was a 911 call. This call had to be directly to the people. He is here. Come get him now. That was my cat. I feel like I didn't do as much as I should have. But regardless, I would have got arrested. Before I even left the parking lot, which I tried to do pretty quick, and I was going to go get an emergency injunctive order from the court, thinking the courts would be not compromised. But they highly likely are. This is a thing that they do. They had a helicopter above me, and I got pulled over within 2 minutes. I'm getting to the driveway and leaving. The helicopter was right above me so quick. He was right around the corner waiting for me or something. She said, he's here, come get him now, and bam.
The probability of that to happen statistically, as fast as it did, would be in the 0.00001%. So, I mean, it was impossible for it to be that fast. I mean, for her to have done said what she said over the phone, he's here, come get him quick, get him now. That's not a crime. You be there. But who's he? You know, they knew who she was talking about. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I failed to save my friend. He ultimately saved my life several times, which was that cat. Who will forever be in my memory, and I will forever look for her. I hope so. And exactly that's hopefully, to be honest with you, those who are watching this, at this point, I'm trying to get this payout so I can financially securitize it so people observe it. And afterwards, I really don't care much more I got, which I'm sure I don't. I got much better life place to go down the gas is getting crazy. Doing it right now, getting very Florida gas. They put people in danger so many times with this gas from going on. I see the emergency vehicles coming to this neighborhood to go to the hospital, so it may not be long. I might be there, who knows. It's kind of crazy. But I'll tell you one thing. When they make your life hell, and everybody's against you, including your whole family who is chasing a payout, and they're tarnishing you in the most heinous ways, you realize that there is a devil, there is a God, there is a great divide. People you would never believe. They smile on your face, but they would stab you in the back. They'll do that. That goes back to the money is the root of all evil. You start realizing that these sayings and these things are all true. But it's boiling down. These guys are enjoying what they're doing now. They live in luxury, they got money. They're doing this for the wrong reason. There's no good reason, no right reason to do this. Other than lining their pockets. And I'm going to tell you what. World War III is underway. We'll see. This keeps going down the road is going, there will be a nuclear apocalypse for sure. I mean, you got our government being involved with other governments, kidnapping people, stealing fuel, and stuff of that nature, for whatever reason. Another country saying, hey, look, we don't like what they're doing, they're violating sovereign treaties and things of that nature. Well, there becomes recklessness and all that in the eyes of the other countries. They get involved in that. Well, now we're going to get to the nuclear bombs. And you talk about two nuclear powerhouses, and that's Russia and China working together. And you know North Korea doesn't like us. They're ready at any moment to jump in. So make that, I mean, they're not really a powerhouse, but they're capable with these ICBMs that are being, that were created by, I believe Russia was one of them to create it. the Chinese 61. The Chinese 61 is one of the scariest ICBM missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles you can ever imagine. It has 61 warheads, nuclear warheads, 60 of them. And the one is a hydrogen warhead. Now, there's a reason why we don't use the hydrogen bomb. We've done that before. And the hydrogen bomb could essentially turn the Earth into the sun. Because of how devastating it is. Anyways, long story short, before I found out about the John Smallman, this MGM Grand Resorts International lawsuit, I was really very sure it was them. It's kind of hard to get your fresh air from outside. You need to be careful with that. So I record every night, live stream. You'll find it on YouTube. Just for protection, but look, this lawsuit was in 2025. Orchestration by MGM Resorts International, the architect of the strategy, which means like basically a scheme. Okay? I seen it. Okay? Based on everything they've done, I ask myself, why are these cops doing what they're doing? It's filed in August 21st of 2025. 30-page lawsuit. Financial laundering, how they did it through Berkshire and Hathaway. 4.1% equity stake in MGM Grand Resorts International. Okay. Transaction. And it occurred in tandem, means together, with MGM's reported $45 million litigation settlement payout, which was both in June 2025. As those individuals were there, working there, in particular, that person, okay, who was working there, as well as a few others. Okay. Through the settlement lawsuit, bam, 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 enabled MGM to mask unlawful payments. This is before I even knew. This was just what I picked up on my own. I knew that there was a lawsuit, but I didn't look into the defendants. I just thought it was just weird timing and weird coincidences, and the filing of it in 2019, same as my lawsuit. Everything just was kind of matching, just on a what is called a prima facie level. It means like face value, not digging into depth. Okay? Now, here's what also brought to light a lot, and before all that, Smallman was a name
I observed on a guy who used over a police-style radio, police-style radio, over radio. He said in the radio transmission, I was able to tell that this guy was a higher-ranking individual, and he was talking about another higher-ranking individual. Strange enough, Smallman. I knew that they were higher-ranking on a prima facie level. Okay, you understand that? Prima facie has face value, just based on this. On my observations. That's how good I am at statistic probabilities and identifying individuals through observation. Okay? Now, here's what I'm going to show you. This is going to be for those that really want to take the time or might not want to take the time. Let me show you something. Name all plaintiffs in $45 million. Yeah. See here, John Smallman. Tanya Owens. 2019, 2023. Turns out that's when my lawsuit came out. This is when I was getting attacked, almost dying. Okay. Strange enough, right? So let's see what we can do. Let's click this here. They had it separated in tier groups, right? None of them got paid $75. Well, I'm gonna tell you they got paid more. And I'm gonna show you how much more they got paid. But see, class members could also claim up to $50,000 out-of-pocket losses. You know, guaranteed. Digging into this, we'll find a lot more. Hey, look. Let's see if this works. I had to do the research, and it's going to take a lot more time to do the research in front of you guys. I hope it works this way. I entered it into the computer with my research, and it said yes. This is what it is. It's strange because it's like peer suing each other. So all people right here. Here's more. I want to point out something. This name right here, I feel like a cop because I got pulled over by him. This one I know. I mean, there's a lot of names in here I know. I know this guy right here. This guy. I've seen him run into him somewhere. He is a cybersecurity professional. Now, I noticed a lot of them were California plates, right? You'll see that a lot of them in California. Strange enough. Is military Bravo certified? Blah blah, but no, wait, there's more. Yes. She didn't show it first, but now it says where you say that he's working law enforcement. Yes, John Smallman has an extensive background in law enforcement, federal investigations, and special agent in multiple federal agencies. Here it is. See it? Counterintelligence officer. Right? Military. He worked in justice, legal. Yeah, it says that Tanya Owens is a private citizen consumer of Mississippi. Let me show you something else. She's actually an attorney.
Let's see.
Actually, you would ask the question that I figured out on my research. So you say it's torn. Yeah, Owens. Yeah, attorney. It won't tell you up front, but a real estate lawyer based in New York. Civil family law person owns law firm. Yeah. Let's see if I can find anything else. If I enter my information, it's going to say yes, it's accurate, but I'll do that later here. Okay. So I'm gonna go. Make this easy. So I'm gonna put in my research. I gotta find it. Right here. This is the best one to go to. Give me this one. That's my research, so I'm gonna actually pull up the research here. I put the research in here, so what I did is I essentially did this. I told you I haven't had the best luck with AI. However, it does after I do this. Actually, I should start from here. Because that actually has the allegations included. And this is like and through verified and people search, so on and so forth. Then when you see like a school, then you go look for the other person's name in that school. So we're gonna copy all this. Bear with me. So essentially, what I'm gonna do is this is a chart, and so it takes so long. This took probably 3 days for me to type up and put together. Part of that is because I try to have a little bit of help through these forums, and it just kind of ruined certain things, and I had to redo it. The best thing to do is do it your way. But you can tell it to keep it the same and just organize it, and it does do that. However, it tends to redact information. So look at this. This is what I love about what I write here. And it says, the strongest connection outside the courtroom exists between the lead plaintiffs and the technical defendants. This is essentially a case of former high-ranking federal investigators suing their peers in corporate security. Strange enough, right? I mean, peers suing each other. Now I'll go back here. Oh, wrong place. What was that? Google. Right here. Here. Yes. I'm zeroing into that. That's what it says. And what is information? Right here. The information provided regarding the lawsuits is highly accurate. Okay? And then watch. Hold on. Watch. What are NGM plaintiffs actual informations? Background. Accurate. Alright, so the state, they're trying to say that they're somewhere else, but trust me, they're not. I didn't say that before, it was strange. And this is what we're trying to look at. Zeusman, ECI property MGM, partially activated resident of Texas. So this, they try to say that they're playing games here. This AI is switched up a little on me. Hold on. This is AI makes mistakes. Let me see something. Is plaintiffs here. Legally accurate in context, yeah? Hold on. No. This is a whole different thing. I noticed it yesterday, which is strange. Hold on. I'm going to use another AI to figure this thing out. Because this is getting weird. Bear with me. Remember, there are cyber techs and there are guys in AI. I'm going to show you that right now. Let's do this Google thing again one more time. Starting from scratch. You'll be able to take it outside and take forever. Here. Um, bidding. Okay, well here's a part that kind of like starts standing up. See, here remember these guys are professionals, they're hacking in and fucking shit up for me at the same time. But look, military and government personnel involvement in security adjacent fields is evidenced by the theft of military identification and military settlement. Includes a specific 75 tier for the military. Government IDs were exposed, a higher rate than standard guest data. You know, here's the thing: they didn't get $75; they got like 10,000. Go. What did defendants pay out? If it's $75 for military payouts, let's see here. Maybe they're saying 15,000. Therefore, this is strange enough. This keeps getting stranger. I got another way of showing you guys. Hold on. Watch this. I remember these idiots. These guys will drive you crazy. I guarantee they're on here watching too on this TikTok. You have to dig into it yourself.
Just ask the questions when my day is out.
I'm not gonna be able to pull it off for you. And then again, I've seen Amazon, Enterprise, Corvental, and everybody involved. These people will constantly try to hide things. You tell me how many chances an FBI, NCIS counter surveillance individual is a lead plaintiff on a case that was filed the same as yours, same year. And I wish I could show you guys the research hand to hand, but my computer is freezing up. Right. I encourage you to do your own research at your house. These are the kind of stressful things that they do that you can get at manipulating, impersonate,
You're electronically torturing them in situations like this. They're watching this TikTok, they're getting in the way of it. They're able to hack in everything. They're pieces of, they're scum, if you ask me. These are degenerate individuals who work in law enforcement, who get paid to ruin people's lives, and they enjoy doing it. And the reason why they enjoy doing that is because they don't have a life. And then to take an innocent cat or a person to try to destroy them, and everything that they've done is detailed in the Electronic Torture Act. It's strange enough. John Smallman was here on March 11th, 2026, in FBI van 303. These people are sick. And we need to crack down on the listeners' calls. If you want to break down on them, and I really want to assist, spreading the word so we can stop electronic torture from happening. And it has stopped ruining people's lives through these fake ass law enforcement. They shouldn't be called. They should not be called. They should not be called heroes. They should be called scum. They're scum here. And I'm trying to find a way to give you more information. Give them a call if you're not. I appreciate those that like my live presentation. I'll do this again soon. I do this very often on TikTok because you guys are very good listeners and very good guests. I hope those that you guys all see probably you all see this stuff in the future with these cool. Thanks for the 86 likes. I really appreciate all of you guys. Seriously, really awesome. Especially considering the long and how long this entire thing was. You guys are awesome, seriously. Please look up the Electronic Torture Act, look up the John Smallman and listen to Jim Randall's international case and how it interrelates the lawsuit and everything that filed on there. Read those documentations for everybody's knowledge to know, as well as the information I gave you guys on the driver's license registration, insurance, so you don't need it just in case one day cops target you and try to ruin your life and take away your license from you. You know how to kind of defend yourself. I'm remembering these case laws I gave you. And add me, I'll accept you, and then there's some streaming live and giving you guys more details every day, and let you know how it goes. I will also secretly carry you guys into the courtroom to hear my arguments and watch how the court is trying to hide something, as well as to manipulative in new ways of conducting courts, especially those people that know what I'm saying and the law, how it works, and what the law is. You're going to be like really shocked at how screwed up the system is. And it's actually listed in the Electronic Torture Act that any judges participating in this, because they know that judges know. This was brought to the attention of the legislator, and the legislation made a law called the Electronic Postal Act. It specifically describes the acts exactly parallel and it correlates with what I've been experiencing to a T. Everything I say is in there. Everybody else are going to you have to be crazy until you're like, hey, hold on, there's a law that says exactly this. I'm being followed by airplanes. I'm getting followed by people. My shit's all hacked. They're tracking me. They're exposing me to things. They're using high energy weapons. It's all listed in there. Now, why would there be a law about something if it didn't exist? I'm talking about military contractors and as well as law enforcement and judges and stuff. Because they know that this is happening. So they made a law for somebody to be able to do something if they can. Because there is humanity still out there. There's human beings that are still out there. I got referred by a payment by people who wanted to silence me, to have law enforcement silence me, to defamate me and silence me. That's not what the law does. These guys are criminal. And each and every one of them are the corrupt scum of the earth that need to get out of office. And we need to send them to prison. Because they like to do that to people. They like to put them in prison, but they couldn't spend a day in prison. They put people in prison for less offenses than what they're committing. They're committing the most heinous acts, using their authority we trust them to have and breaking their oath. They're doing this to people with the intent to destroy their lives. Put them in prison or never be killed. Or create a mass shooting or something of that nature. These guys are very good at what they do. I showed you the vehicle spraying. I showed you the documentation of the assignment. And how these things are all connected. And then I'd like to show you the verification part of it. I just suggest you do it on your own, because you're not being hacked. These assholes are connected. The Amazon's involved. I'm experienced them spraying and being around doing what they're doing. I've noticed a lot of things happening. I showed you the air conditioning unit, industrial one. There's 3 in this house. A big one, industrial one, and 2 other ones, which is strange enough. I mean, they working just fine. They're normal. Nobody has any air conditioning, especially the industrial one. More, during that period of time, I got the air conditioning system to this guy. The lady's doing a great doing. And you'll find him on there too. And you're related with these guys. Metropolitan Mechanical. I really did do all the work on the cars with the mechanical mechanisms that spray. I worked in this air conditioning unit, specifically target specific room in which I was in. And long story short, these guys are protected by a facade. They're wolves in sheep clothing. They play like heroes when they're not heroes. And in the end, each and every one of them is going to be brought to justice. It's going to be, it's going to force them in. I'm going to explain to you why. I'm just going to simplify it. There's the laws made by man. There's the laws by God. There's really God. That's called the divine law. The divine law is run by the divine judicial system, which states, and has always been founded, and quote me if I'm wrong, what's done in the dark will always be brought to light, no matter what. Not you got away in the dark, it'll be brought to light. They've done this to so many lives, with so many punished souls that they did unrest, because these souls have been remembered. The memory has been of this monstrosity that they made by their actions. They should have been responsible for this stuff, not the people. It's that when you cause something to happen through manipulation, you're the manipulator, you're the one at fault. Those in law enforcement that's involved, those that are in the court system that's involved, those that are prosecuting attorneys that are involved, those that are in the system, government positions that are involved, in the so-called electronic torture of individuals, as well as systematic murder and defamation, who will do that based on money they receive, who will violate the Constitution and no longer go by the judicial system and allow for the process to be as it was implemented. Shame on you. Shame on you for taking an officer like Chris Dorn who said no to all that shit. And so I'm not going to participate in the criminal garbage because I'm sworn to uphold the Constitution, to serve this country to uphold the Constitution. People, young men in this country who were deployed by these fucked up politicians who were sent them to war to be killed, got killed for upholding this Constitution. What makes this country great, the greatest country in the world, is the United States Constitution, the highest law of the land. And these assholes say fuck the Constitution. We're in the land of pockets for money. We're to finance things that we're to torment, torture, and create a monster. And cause this monster to do something so bad that we're going to end up being around to be heroes. No integrity at all. They don't use no steel. They don't want the stresses of life. They make a person's life live in hell. Destroy families. They intend for you to hurt your family sometimes. You know, it's very, very obvious when they manipulate things like that. They're not slick. They're sophisticated. But they are still making lots of mistakes. No matter how they want to look at this, the mistakes they made is not a matter of question as to the factual basis and the assertions and the allegations. It's 100% fact who these people are. I've identified them. There's 100% fact that their intent was. I've identified that. If they were smart, they drop all charges if they try to put on my ass for bullshit. they cause and lies, and they would really think about shutting me up, hanging me up, instead of doing $45 million to try to destroy me. They should have paid me more money from the gig. I put somebody in prison for 10 years and they did the crime because you want to hide videos. That's some fucking pieces of shit, if you ask me. And you might not pay for it in this life. But I'm going to tell you, you got signs that you see. They come to you. Things happen to you, and you know why it's happening to you. And if you're watching this, you know why it's happening to you. Certain things are happening to you. And it's good. You give a luxury, you get to have a good time, but some things happen to you that just stand out. Your time is coming. Now, let me ask you, those that like to torment people, they're fucking animals are deciding to do this shit. I didn't find you by area. It was God who gave me the ability to, these gifts to be able to see things and know things. Like, how you monitor me in the house through the cameras that you have access to. How his house, the attic was perfectly set at those stores. Very, very accommodating. Somebody wants to hang up out there, especially through the vents, or get involved in the vents. Industrial air conditioning, strange enough, the spray for the mechanism of the car. In the individuals, automated vehicles, there's cameras you put on everyone in the street that follow me. They follow targeted individuals. You don't believe they're to fucking use the resource to solve crimes. People just should be able to follow people and destroy their lives. You use automated vehicles to stop them. I've had those vehicles stop me and put in my head. It's all marked down. Hold it. Just like you, Smallman. I know that you mean. John Smallman. Smallman. What an idiot. You fucked up too much. There's a time when you said, hey, you know what? I fucked up. We're in the back of office duty for 10 paper requests. No, you want to continue doing what you're doing. Go here and get away from it. With it for long. Let's see you get away with it for a little while. You guys get rid of die. You screwed over. They're trying to torture act. Exists. It's a law. They started enforcing it because they see that there's an issue with it. The battle is in favor, and a fair judge who says who has empathy in it is able to commiserate with people and say, no, this is what we don't want. This is against the Constitution. This is criminal acts. Court records have been in there. Names of you guys. The true background exists in there. They do their research themselves. FBI agent, NCIS special agent, law enforcement, the abundance of people going to military, contracting military, law enforcement. Which doesn't really match the guest data. It must have been a military convention, law enforcement convention. That movie in that time frame. You know you screwed up. You know you did. And in my life, hell. It's tough for me. If you're watching this right now, you're successful, you might kill me. That might be the one thing you might pull off. Because I'm not doing a criminal offense. Now with the worms in the brain and everything, you didn't realize your management capacity. I'm an irritable person. You tell me what to do and keep on getting my mind, so I get pissed off at anyone. Does that happen? I'm that type of person. You're not gonna win. Because we're not gonna let you win. You might win by killing you. You think it's a win. But inevitably, you're gonna all get charged for murder because what you think. And I read this book before of what you guys are actually doing, like this, the perfect murder or whatever you think it is. Because you use a bunch of people, individuals involved, so you can't actually pin one crime on them. That's not how the law works, buddy. So try and proceed due to the severity of it, and then you need to destroy this thing from happening to people anymore. Essentially, you're going to realize that the actual law states that when an offender, two offenders, even three offenders, or however many offenders, co-conspirators, are in the commission of a felonious act. During that felonious act, they commit a murder. One of them, just one of them, says that I'm gonna pull the trigger. Or play this person, one way or the other. Each and every individual who is involved in that felonious act, regardless if they pull the trigger or involved with killing that individual, is guilty of murder. There's many robbery cases that are similar like that. They're going to implement that. Mark my words on this. They're going to implement that very rule to make sure everybody shows with money. Why? Because they want to make sure something as sophisticated as this modus operandi and this mechanism that you're using, these tactics and your modus operandi, and this big mechanism that you created, and the sophisticated manner of surveilling and tormenting, as well as the people who are all involved, to try to manipulate an event like this to happen, which is documented. You will be a fucking example of why not to do it. Because you're now made quarterback. See? And let me tell you something. Let's say the judges want to be affiliated or associated co-conspirators by denying or dismissing or anything to mention in the case. They implement themselves. They implicate themselves. There's a law that says when a crime is reported to an official in court or to anybody that law is reported, there's a statute that actually governs it. It states that needs to be referred to the proper appropriate authorities for investigating and for prosecuting. The fact that they would ignore or turn their head to these things shows complacency. And when that day comes, it's not going to be long, trust me. So what they're going to start talking about that. It's going to come. You just watch. Each and every individual involved, including the judges, they're all there. But the bare minimum, I made a record of what I needed to. Saving face at this point would be dropping the bullshit ass charges you put on personally. Well, firstly, would be getting back my cat if she's still okay, which I hope to God she is, but I doubt it because they're fucking cowards, scum. I hope that she is okay, which I doubt. Because I got a message. I'm not explaining how I got that message, but there's something like that. And I believe that kill shows that just try to destroy me by hurting someone else, and I promise you nothing for that. You all will go down. I want to figure out a way of making the shit over like this because it's all over. I want the shit to go down. Voluntary dismissals will only get it when to stop everything from in the fans and really fucking all complacent, including the Jews. When it comes time. The only way I'll voluntarily dismiss anything, really dismantling this bitch ass program. First and foremost, that's the first thing we want to do. And really compensate. Well, I'm willing to compensate for what the fuck they sent me up on. After putting me in prison for 10 years for something I didn't do. They want to silence me. They try to destroy me. They want everybody to look me over and act like, honestly, I can't do nothing like that because you wanted to render me defenseless. You remind me of the law that you don't have filed documents. You gotta look for some pansy ass attorney to do that. And you profiled me wrong. I already knew how fucking compromised they were with my two attorneys in front of me. My trials had to set me up. They came there drunk, told me to be quiet the whole time while you guys should have had the alcohol. The DA should have had the alcohol. The scene, the difference in crime scenes was changed up. The photographs from the original CSA said none of the property was there is into it turned into a different crime scene where supposedly I took all that stuff. Everything they should have put off on this skip. The video camera surveillance was right there. Decoy cameras. First they were in a position to see I had subpoenas them. And you guys had decoy cameras at the scene. And the judge is getting promoted. Oh yeah, you guys got power. You guys got power. Don't get me wrong. But you chose the wrong one. There you go. Yeah, I mean, here, small few fractions. Take my job, man. Trying to get away from your asses. Then we get over away. If you know it's in the best interest. Let me tell you one thing. And I mean this. There is a God. There is an anti-rose. There is an evil. And you guys are nothing with it. Our lives, at the rate it's going at, revelations in the Bible, speak of a lot of these things. You guys work for the devil. And God has always been greater than the devil. There's a book of Secret of the Ages. I've got a lot of studies, by the way. So a lot of stuff I tell you about, like, well, how does it go about that? Well, because I did a lot of studying. There's a book called Secret of the Ages. I studied there too. That book specifically speaks of a man who used to levitate in front of people. He was using the demon's powers to do that. The demons would make him levitate from people. And he would do that and get attention of people. But there was a guy who was I think he was saying to a priest or something of that nature. He said, you, using the demon's magic, demons be gone in the name of Jesus Christ, in the name of God. And those demons dropped him from his levitation strip in front of everybody. to the ground of his death. And that day on, it was known that God's power is greater. So you mark the wrong person. You know why? Because I have an obligation. I have an obligation to do what's right. I might make wrongs, do some wrong, because I have to. Especially when cowardice people who are protected by the badge and protected by the position that we gave them. They're sworn in, taking out taxpayer money. Everybody pays taxes. We rightfully we pay taxes. I had a job, I paid taxes for each other, for me, both of them. You also let too many people hang on the screen. Too many people know what it is. The doctor in LA, he kept looking out the door after his demeanor changed from being very helpful, answering my questions, asking me the right questions, and even caring. Stood by his oath, the Hippocratic oath. And until you very scared, he still wasn't out here, by the way. I shouldn't say that. He acted different. He was worried and was hesitant. You are an evil that influence people forcefully and manipulate people into doing things that they don't want to, that are evil. The same way you do that to the person you're targeting. You ever ask yourself, would it hurt my brother, or would it hurt my family member? Or would it help me? I'm sure it was something outside of the fact that you took the cut. I really despise you for that. That was unnecessary. If you really wanted to hurt me or wanted to kill me, you should have just taken me and killed me. Not like that. That was an innocent soul, beautiful soul. And I'll forever remember that. I have to live with that guilt. And for that, I despise you people. And I don't wish anything bad on you. I just hope you feel easy. You will. That in 100% certain. You didn't expect me to find information I did. It's all on record now. At some point or another, when they start enforcing that Electronic Cloture Act, it describes exactly what I said they were doing. If somebody else realizes they got bad karma because of what they've done, or somehow become guilty for what they've done, there's an individual would love to hurt somebody that didn't actually complete their mission. I'm not going to give everybody comes with a stick with it. I'm going to tell you guys who are in law enforcement, courts, and all that shit that you guys are corrupt. You can't be honest. You have no integrity. You're sworn in to uphold an oath. Vow to uphold this Constitution to protect us and all this shit. Really, what you're doing is going out there trying to create a fucking criminal monster. And if somebody change your life, not use drugs or something of that nature, you think that you can find a way to justify what you're doing. The fact that you can't is sick. You need to be ashamed of yourself on your own, but you don't. If you're narcissistic and want to make money, you have money. I personally was working out there in LA for those businesses trying to build my business from scratch when they took my jobs from me. And I was looking, I didn't have no money. I was looking at my car with a cat. I was happy with it. I was happy with it being this setup. Into the happiness for me was the only that I had in the darkness. Into the cares very innocent. It has an amazing soul. You can't see that shit because you didn't value from it. They come back or whatever. But I'm able to see things differently than most people. And I see beyond any doubt that you guys have started to deal with the devil and you don't even know it. Sold your soul already. You have no idea. I approve it to you. But you're still gonna find a reason to try to say, well, maybe he's crazy. I can show you videos of the devil chasing me. Does anybody want to see it? Let me see if I can see in the comments or something. They're not letting me guys, but I wish somebody would say they want to see that. I'm really happy to show you. Yeah, well, you're never gonna say anything, but I promise you I'm not lying. Now, here's another fact. We've lived this life before. This was your second chance. You chose to be the same evil. Things played out the same way you did. Our previous life was in Venus. That's why they find gases that only living organisms or people can make. Basically, life on Venus. That gas was left from a long time ago. Hell was overcrowded, and everybody wanted a second chance. I tell you one thing right now. The expression on the faces of those who go to hell is of that they didn't know they were going to go. And they hold a cross, they pray a crucifix to God. You're not going to heaven at that point, and you're definitely not getting a second chance. Because you had a choice, and you used a inherent power by us the people. Took away the access to court, which is known as immediately religion. There's lots of access to the court. You've done everything that you shouldn't. And you're not ashamed of yourselves. You sleep. You smile. When I tell you that my life's already fucked off, when I want to fuck it up even more, you know, think about it for a moment, just wipe it off. You got money, you got a job to do. You're ordered. You feel like you're about something bigger than you are because some punk from FBI tells you to do it. Some decorated cockroach who is absolutely harmless. He thinks that he can judge people. He can judge. Thou shalt not judge. Love thy neighbor. Everything in there is obvious what you guys are doing. And if you don't see that you're working for the devil, of the soul to soul. And that when you get to hell, you're going to be, well, let me firstly let you know I've been there. Kind of made me change my life when I came back. That's why I can see who's going to hell and who's not. I can see who has light in them and who has darkness in them. I know things that people, you probably sat there a couple times. How the fuck did you guys know that? Think that, like, I'm just making it up or I'm guessing. I'm not guessing. I know. Just as much as I know. With absolute certainty. Even though you think you're going to try to fool me, or you think that you're going to keep playing this role, this game, and keep on trying to dissuade me, or trying to make me believe something different than what I know, you're not. I'm 100% certain. When I come up with something, I already questioned myself. I already scrutinized everything, broke it down a million times. Told myself, hey, you know what? When you put a man between four walls for something they didn't do, destroy their name, the person they were, humiliate them across the world, and they're in that silence, in that room, and the door slams behind them, and they're in the bathroom, living in the bathroom, like many of those people you put in there, they really haven't died or broken. They start not to care what people think of them. You cannot break them. You know why? You broke them enough. You cannot cause them to question what they know, because they questioned everything possible. They scrutinized themselves. They dug deep. They sat there and kept reversing and thinking, even going as far as even supernatural shit, like aliens and all that. It's impossible. They will go and dig that deep to try to come up with any explanation of what they have experienced. And when it always sums up to the same thing, guess what? It's inevitable discovery. There's nothing here to change it. So I know who you are. I know what you're at, what your actions are. I know this has been implemented for a long time. Okay? I know about Chris Dorner, the LAPD, who you guys started employing this little scheme thing that you guys do. And he said, no, I'm not doing it. I stand for the Constitution. And you guys fired him for it. And then he went and got revenge for what you did. Rightfully. When you're that scum, why are you, you gotta be marked as a hero. When a real hero died and you guys tarnished his name, and you have no shame in the fact that you did that shit? You're not ashamed of yourselves? You don't think that he did what's right? You know the difference between right and good? Good and bad, I mean? You don't know that what was done in the dark is brought to light at some point? You run into a person like me that literally can fuck your entire fucking gig up? That would look nice if my shit's all dismissed, huh? Or denied by a court judge. And then inevitably things hit the fan, and it's like, wait, he said this was gonna happen. It's like court records. I just want to Torture Act comes out for further, and yeah, it's out already. Describing exactly what you guys been doing. They find out. We need to make more security on this thing. We need to enforce it more. There's a lot of people talking about this shit. GANGSTALKING growing bigger every day on the internet, on every social media platform.
I mean, exactly what they're saying, Magic Electronic Torture Act. No law enforcement is doing anything about it. We need to make a specialized task force like that. Like the task the strike team that they made is garbage right now. It's not really going anywhere yet. It's gonna be rolling. The ball will get rolling. Because you know why? When you're representing justice, when you're sworn in to uphold the oath, sworn into office, and you're in God we trust, and instead you do the devil's working, and you feel like heroes destroying people's lives. Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. It will hit the fan. And everybody involved there with them. It actually behooves you to have me around. Because your probative value would outweigh your prejudicial value. Right? I know what's going on. I know how powerful this shit is. I put in documents. When it hits the fan and everybody finds out and you're looking into this shit as a court documents, you're going to make somebody say this didn't happen. Well, guess what? To get that type of fucking outcome, you better fucking know that there's a lot of, first of all, a lot of things that need to be done. A lot of things. You need to get square with the house. You know, all that's out there. Court documents. It would have to be me to say, you know what? I made a mistake, but it doesn't exist. That made me lie and give up my integrity. Why would I even do that? After you took my cat from me. First you're thinking about what you're doing. You continue. You don't want to stop. You think you're going to keep playing this role and it's going to work out in your favor. And then, let's see, you get rid of me. I don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck? I really don't. I could walk from this fucking house. Of course I get sprayed. Well, I don't give a fuck. I walk. You made my life a living hell. These betrayers in my family. The fucking scum of the earth, judges and corruption in every way you look. You know, it ruins somebody's life. You think I want to go on and just give a right on your hands and ruin the memory of you, which is already ruined? It may not be in the end. May or may not. If you're smart, it won't be. But if you're not, then it will be for the time being. Right? I'll be redeemed. I'll be redeemed when they find out everything. Is you won't be redeemed. Neither will tell you what I told. My mother, when she started exposing me to parasites, telling my sister, works at Berkshire and Hathaway, who never goes to work. And you have to pay to have an office there. Strange enough, no one pays for it. Plus the fact that she tells her mother that she wants her money. Her money because of what she's been doing. She's been relentless at it because you guys are trying to create that stigma, that anger from me. You want to keep telling them what to do, to try to create a reaction from me. Your goals, your intention, your objective was for me to be defaminated, painted as portrayed as a mentally ill criminal who ends up hurting his own family. Do you really think that fucking is something I would do? Do you think that's the person I am? You profiled me wrong. You profiled my knowledge wrong. My capacity wrong.
Even though you try to diminish it with these fucking parasitic things that attack the brain and this pesticides that you spray to create that delirium, which I put on paper, by the way, if you look at the lawsuit. MGM was always KADMIRI'S, the first lawsuit that was on August 5th, 2025 to August 25th, 2025. I wrote these things down. The 0514 ABGDJIA. Please, go look at that shit. I explained that when we were doing. Plus the saline shots that I was getting. And the fucking medical providers. Think about it. You fuck with the wrong one. It's quite documented now. It doesn't go away. It'll never go away. You know, you can try to do whatever you want, but it'll always be there. Anybody who assists in destroying evidence, well, she is a fan in the end. All the legislators I wrote. You can just search my name online. MJ Rooms or International. Fuck. There's a lot of shit out there. I know in my research, there's a lot of DOJ and Department of Justice individuals and law enforcement people involved in this case, too many to be distraying, too many military contractors involved. This is strange. The plaintiffs' cybersecurity backgrounds. The perfect outfit for a group of individuals profiled to be a team of electronic torturers. Some people don't know what's good for them. Yeah. But my ability to analyze things is a little bit better than yours will ever be. If you were really that good at what you guys do, which you were very sophisticated, you would have gone unnoticed. Your modus operandi wouldn't be so flawed. You wouldn't have been reckless enough to do a lawsuit with an FBI agent as the head, the main guy orchestrating everything. He's the main one that was turned to MGM by MGM as an intermediary. John Smallman, this is a message to you. Do what's right. Dismantle this program. And when you don't have a man in your family, you have not one man in your fucking family. If you personally don't shoot me. Okay, because in my eyes you're a coward, and why everybody else's eyes you're a coward. You're not a hero. You need to do what's right. Stop lining up your pockets. Nobody deserves any of this. And I'll tell you one thing. I was wondering why there's so many spirits. So many of them. Crows sending me messages. God. God told me. Trust me, I don't lie about this. You're probably wondering how I'm still good. And you haven't succeeded yet. This wasn't supposed to take this long. That's not know nothing but God. And He told me in the end, I prevail. One way or the other. For me, my part. He says I prevail all the way. And I deserve it. You know why? Because you took everything from me. And GM destroyed me. Put me in prison for 10 years. Ruined my relationship with my daughter. I haven't got a new grandson. Because of this. All while you're having a good time at home with your family, you're in Henderson. In this community. Every law enforcement retiree corridor that this shit is. And I'm planted right in the middle of it. It's perfectly out of reach of a lot of things. Brandon Newman in this fucking patch of law enforcement. And him working on the air conditioning unit. Wearing police boots. Saying he works for the casinos. Doing their HVAC. I analyze something faster than you guys can ever imagine. And you may destroy my physical mind, but my mind, where I think from, is not my mind. I'm in divine alignment. My mind from another place. And if you don't believe in God, just remember I told you this. I tell every one of you this. What you're doing to me, what you've done to everybody else prior to me, it'll come back. Promise you that. If you know the law as well as you do, and you say you do, or you should, you know you fuck with the wrong person. I saw everything. I put the whole puzzle together so fast. When I called the DA's office, San Bernardino and other places, I hear them, I see them. Believe me. Saying, oh man, he's right, he's right. He's right. You never got this from anybody else. You got it from me. You should be scared of me. You really should be. Because I tell you this, and I mean this wholeheartedly, I don't give a shit if you kill me. You're not gonna get me to hurt nobody. You're not gonna get me to do none of that shit. It's not gonna happen. But I'll tell you this, and I promise you this one thing. After you do me the favor, I'm gonna go be with my cat, which is the only friend I have. Because if you have friends who wants to be involved with this shit, we're not really friends. That cat was unconditional loyalty. And I'm unconditionally loyal to her. And I always made me fail her. And take me, I go back to heaven instead of back to that dark place I went to with all those rings. I'll tell you one thing, I promise. He'll be in the 6th ring with all your little minions. Everybody involved. I'm telling you, you don't want to be there. I don't want to be in the 1st ring. You're gonna go there. And we're not talking about just after the prison sentence. Prison sentence is gonna be nothing to you by the time you get there. It's gonna be horrible when you're in prison. Just it's horrible. Everybody's gonna give you exactly what you gave many people, what you gave me. A world where everybody wants to get you. All of them want to get you. Trust me, every example I give. And then in the end, John Smallman, David Lackey, Tanya Owens, each one of you that are involved. You're gonna be in a worse place. You're gonna realize what you've done. But you know something they told me in court that was a lie, that wasn't true. They told me I was only remorseful because I got caught. What are they talking about? I didn't get caught. I didn't do anything that they said I did other than use drugs. They fucked over. Crimes committed against me. I covered up so that liability is avoided. I had a warrant for arrest, so you're not going to believe me when I say this. Those 2 domestic violence cases, we did get into it, but nothing that they said happened. You know that. I stuck a pill down if you can brush your teeth afterwards. May I brush your teeth? Seriously? Says you're gonna die from the pill? I mean, did you not read how crazy and delusional she was that night? Yeah, I was around people who use drugs, they shouldn't touch them because they don't think when they use them. They got somebody else. Not me. I don't know what was wrong. Sure, it was getting out of control. I may have pushed and kicked out of the house. May have, remember correctly, it was a push to shove situation. And I tell another girlfriend about that. And she goes and she lies on me too. It's kind of like a fuck you and stab me in the back because I didn't want to be there after I was pissed off at her and then I didn't care about her. We went to a hotel and then her homosexual friend created an issue because they like to be freely tossing themselves around and I was
wrongly possessive at the time. So I was wrong for that. But I didn't do anything up until she said I did. I had a very high powered rifle, and she had me in a stuck situation. So I took her car, but gave it back to me right away, told her where it was. I just need to get away from there. But she was trying to act erratic and belligerent and saying she's going to pull the cops on me over an argument. And I do believe I did have a little, think about the case. I mean, if it was a push and shove thing that I was leaving, snatch your keys out of her hand, I would leave. At least that cop was a real cop who investigated it. He said, in order for it to be robbery, I'd have to permanently try to deprive her from the vehicle. The fact that it should have it back was not robbery. Joyride at best. He was an honest cop, a good cop. I hope he's not involved in this shit. I hope that not every cop is involved in this shit, which I believe they're not. But you little scum that are, you're a bunch of lie. Let me tell you why. Every one of you are gonna hit the fan. Because when this shit hits, and that electronic torture act is enforced beyond your imagination, you have no integrity or sworn in to uphold the courts, uphold the Constitution, protect and serve, that you don't do that. You do the opposite. There's doctors who violate the Hippocratic Oath who have been identified. They're going to look back at some point in the court documents, say, we're going to look into this and find out what I say in there is all true. You're all going to tell on each other. Guaranteed. The other names are going to pop up. You know who I think is going to be the first snitch? John Smallman. I promise. He might be laughing right now thinking it's a joke. That's what I expect him to be doing. By my analysis of his behavior, he thinks he's that good. But I'm going to tell you, that sucker, that coward, he's the main target. Good job. Thank you. Because when they find out, and you find out how much time you're facing, and you're humiliated for being a disgraceful FBI agent, and in the event I do end up killed, well, you're looking at life plus a bunch more. The prosecutor's going to give you a chance to deal, to not get death. They're going to consider this a capital crime. Act of domestic terrorism. They're going to offer you life in prison. In light of it, in lieu of the death, in lieu of the fact that you, mitigating the death, in lieu of the fact if you decide to give them names. And you're going to be in there singing like a canary. Promise. But when you're in there and you're locked up, and a lot of people who are locked up are going to hate you because of what you've done. And those that get locked up with you because of your confidence. You saying that I'm desperate, or I'm just making it up, or whatever you say to convince them to keep going. You're going to realize that you led them into the snake pit. You say, I gotta let them into the snake pit. Boy, the devil works through you. You're going to ruin everybody. Judges. Police. There's a rule. There's a rule a hitman has. A real hitman. Not a coward who hides and shoots people from breathing parasites or trying to torture, hiding and manipulate things. Disguised as a hero. There's a rule a real hitman uses and follows. No one knows he's a hitman. He doesn't have no co-conspirators. Because they tell. The more people know, the more people talk. Don't worry, you're all going down. Or, I stay alive and say it didn't happen. And the only way I'm going to do that, you know how. Allow needs to be done. You can talk to me about that later. Have a good day.
Hello. Hello.
country. Good girl. No pictures. No, you know what?
on my laptop.